要给纸吗？
哎，
我给你拿。
Hello, everyone. So now it's the round clock, and we are going to begin. And so, welcome, everyone. One moment. Hello, everyone.
Hello,
And we are going to begin. And so
we cannot hear. It's a strong echo sound.
okay, so now I think the voice is normal, right? Okay, so welcome to the 2023 MassCons National Competitors.
Okay,
and
now
I think the voice is still something that I need to figure out. Let's try again. And so welcome everyone. And so in the Zoom meeting, we have, I think so far we already have more than 40 2023 MassCons national competitors and in the room. And also welcome for those in the YouTube channel. And I could already see many hellos and in the YouTube chat. So first, let us quickly do some logistic things. So everyone, please be on mute. And also, and if you are in today's countdown practice, and please make sure you have the 2-digit number displayed as shown. And probably it's easy for us. You first show that 2-digit number, and then of course you can keep yourself to be anonymous, or if you want, you can display your name. And some of you still shows the name at the beginning. Could you change a little bit? And of course, and we also welcome parents to participate in our problem solving process. So parents of the national competitors can join Zoom in a different account, and you may display your name or you can keep it anonymous. And also for those who are in the YouTube channel, and so the live chat is open. So when the problem shows up, and you can type the answer in that as well. And if time allows, I'm going to respond as well. Okay, so that are the logistic things. So I think we are about to have everything to ready. And so this is actually the second time we run the countdown practice, and I hope it will be a fine experience. And so before we start working on problems, so any logistic questions? And if any questions, and you can put it on chat. And also I may need 2 more minutes to have my iPad connected, and then we are going to start. Yes, when you submit the answer, you need to do private chat and also to avoid you making mistakes. So I'm going to disable the group chat to everyone, I think. Okay, and one more minute. Range. Okay, it's almost there. Yes, so I see some complaining, saying that the cooldown period is too slow and yes, and it's going to start very soon. All right, so now let's start. So first, and we are so to myself, when we prepare any competition, I think the idea would be that we do a little bit further, which is we always practice on problems that are harder than the actual competition. So for today's all the kind of one-to-one one-to-one round, and the problems will, I would think it would be harder than the actual problems appear on the national countdown. And so first, we are going to work on 12 problems. So we determine that which 12 students will be lucky enough to attend the countdown process. And so right now, although there are, I think we altogether we have 57 registrations, and so far we have about nearly 40 students. So which means so the lucky ratio is about 1/3. All right, and so can I finally make sure everyone is encoded? And also like for number 16, please put 16 in front of your name so that it's easy for us to organize. And also 47, please put 47 in front of your name. And the same thing for 40 and 37 as well at 21. And please quickly adjust your name, and then we are going to start. I know the people who are waiting on YouTube channel is already Very anxious to see the first problems. Okay, 95, 40, 37. Could you quickly change your display name? So, what happens to 40, 37? Could you change to display name? Okay, so then we are going to start. So for the countdown for the sprint round, so we test on speed. So the first one is going to receive 10 points, and the next person is going to receive 9 points, and so on. And so for most problems, so we will stop when there's pretty much no submitted answers. And okay, so now let's start. So problem 1. Okay, so the first correct answer came from 38. So 38 get 10 points, and then 16 get 9 points. And so the next one is 13 get 8 points, 45 get 7 points, and 21 get 6 points, and then 93. And so that would be 5 points, 22, 4 points, and 71, 3 points, and 92. The answer is not correct. And 33, 2 points, and 97, 1 point. And people who also get 1 point are 78, 76, 94, and 52. Please double check. And 70 get the correct answer, 59 get the correct answer, 99 get the correct answer, and 41 get the correct answer. And also for 88, 23, 50, 28, 47, they all get the correct answer. And the correct answer also goes to 11, 95, 64, 74, S, and that's it. And I think, yes, calculators are not allowed, and some people saying that I cannot be heard, but I think that should be fine. If you have trouble, maybe you just quit and rejoin. And yes, 62 and 60 and 52 get the correct answer as well. All right, so now also I do see that in the YouTube channel we have the correct answer from many people, and yes, all the answers appear in YouTube channel as correct. Okay, so for these questions, so what is the quickest way to do it is actually we just use based on what the long form multiplication is, right? So it will be 111 times 1001. So we have a partial product 1001, then we have partial product 1001, and then you would know that if you form the product of the 1001, you get that, and then you can think, okay, you form the one that, right? And then you form the column form again. And what happens is all the things actually, all these things will not really overlap. It's kind of like making a forward, right? And you don't really need to write down that many zeros, and you can just imagine this result in your mind, and then you get that 1, 4, 6, 4, 1, right? So what is this? This is actually Pascal triangle numbers, right? And of course, an algebraic way to do that is you can use binomial expansion if you know that, right? And that's it. And so can I check if I can be heard? Because some people say that I cannot be heard, but most people, I think it works. And all right. So then who cannot hear you, maybe you quit the Zoom and rejoin again. Okay, so this is problem 1 finished, and problem 2 would be slightly harder. And yes, just to be sure, calculators are not allowed. I think for most of the problems today, as long as you have a clever idea, you should be able to mentally calculate it. Okay, so I see the first correct answer came from and 45 get 10 points, and 16 get 9 points, 59 get 8 points, and then 74 get 74 get 74. It's a little bit. So 45, 10 points, 16, 9 points, 59, 8 points, and 74, 7 points, and then 93 and 6 points, 21, 5 points, 52, 4 points, and 64, 3 points, and 93, 2 points, and 28, 1 point, and 1 point also goes to 60, 69, and as well as 56, 27, 17, 92, 99, 41. Okay, so that's 8 as well as 33. Yes, and amazingly, that all the answer submissions in the YouTube is correct. And for this question, what type of the idea is? Yes, and the 33 and the 76 get it correct. And yes, and 1 moment. Some people still saying that he cannot see it. I will type to him, and so of course you can count your points by yourself, or and so today we have Kevin that is helping me to count the points. So after all these 12 problems are discussed, and we will do the sum and then announce the result during a small break. Okay, so now let's quickly review this question. So the idea about square root is we need to take squares. So that can make our life easier. So how to deal with that? It would be then you do x minus 1, and that is square root of 2, and then we take the squares. So we get x squared minus 2x and plus 1, that is 2, and this can be simplified into x squared minus 2x minus 1 equals 0. And if that is the case, then anything multiplied this nice 0 expression would be 0. So if we have the x cubed, so we need to construct x times x squared minus 2x minus 1. So this gives x cubed minus 2x squared minus x. So this is 0. And now we have x squared minus x squared only. So we have to add back x squared. And then we already have minus x, we need to minus 2x, and then we need to minus 1, that goes to 0 again. And then what will be the constant term? The constant term is 24, right? So I mean, these combined gives that expression, right? So the first two terms are 0, so definitely the correct answer would be 2004. Okay, so so that's it, and everyone please be on mute. And so next, problem 3. And that question is slightly complicated. Okay, so 10 points goes to 52, 9 points goes to 16, and 8 points goes to 21, and 7 points goes to 47, And yes, there are so many answers. I need to control a little bit. Sorry, let me repeat once more. 10 points goes to 21, 9 points goes to 47, 8 points goes to 94, 7 points goes to 93, 6 points goes to 71, and 5 points goes to 22, 4 points goes to 33, 3 points goes to 92, and 2 points goes to 70, and 1 point goes to 23, and also 1 point goes to 78 and 99. As well as 17 and 45. And definitely this question is slightly difficult. So on YouTube channel, we only see 3 correct answers. And also 1 point, if I forget, that goes to 45 as well as 88. All right. So now for these questions, so what is the idea? And actually, when I see this expression, and that expression, it reminds me one thing. And who also get 1 point is 50 and 59. And because to save time, if you don't get the correct answer, so your name will not be mentioned. And so that reminds me the one algebraic formula, which is what is x plus y to the cube expanded out. That is again actually a special case of the binomial theorem. So that equals x cubed plus 3x squared y plus 3xy squared plus y cubed. Yes, and I think some people in YouTube is having the same idea as mine, and which that what will happen is that is exactly the 4 terms that appear in the 2 equations. So what we do is we just add up, right? So we add up, we get what? So we add up the 2 equations. Maybe I name this equation 1, this equation 2. So I do 1 plus 2. What I get is I exactly get x plus y cubed equals 27. So that equals x plus, that gives x plus y is 3. And then, is there any other possibilities? And so, of course, that can help us. Then we can plug in y equals 3 minus x, and then we get a single equation. And but actually, we can do one more thing that can make our life easier, which is we do 1 minus 2, right? If I do 1 minus 2, then what do I get? I get x cubed minus 3yx squared, and then plus 3xy squared x minus y cubed, right? So I arrange in the descending order of x. Then what I get is 14 minus 13, right? So that is 1. So you know this is kind of the symmetry, right? So the plus minus sign also has a symmetry, so you get this, and then you get x minus y is y. I think that is a quick way so that you get x equals 2, y equals 1 from those 2 simplified equations, and of course the answer would be just a simple calculation, 2 squared plus 1 squared, which is 5, right? Okay, so problem 3 finishes, and we spend about 20 minutes. Yes, and so that's the speed is okay. So now let's move on to problem 4. Yeah, I think that question will be slightly difficult. All right, so now, unfortunately, I see So far, all the answers are wrong. Why is that? So far, all the answer submissions are wrong, and so there's no submissions in Zoom yet. Okay, so now I see the first correct answer. Let me just open my eyes wide to make sure that I do announce correct. The first correct answer from 85, 10 points, and 76 got 9 points, 38 get 8 points, and 99 get 7 points, and so that's it. So far, there's still many wrong answers, and 16 get 6 points, and 22 get 5 points. And what? And there are no other answers, correct answers so far. And 45 get 4 points, and 56 gets 3 points. And we need 2 more correct answers, so I start to speak. That question is actually not that difficult, right? So P is the center of the top square. That really helps us a lot. And okay, so I see the few. Okay, so I see one more correct answer. So that after 56, and that is 38, get 2 points. And so 73 get 1 point. All right. No, okay, so now let's explain. And so the idea is, and so in order to find the area of the triangle, right? So triangle, the base formula, the basic formula would be the base times the height. But you look at the base, all the sides are kind of slanted one, right? So that's why that's not a good idea to do that. So then what would be the idea is, what I notice is, I notice that P is the center. So which means I can extend this a little bit, right? So if I extend this, and then I connect BF. So then what do I have? What do I have is then I can claim the area of triangle FDP is half of the area of the triangle BDF, right? But you see, so BDF is still not that easy to deal with, right? And so then what's next? What's next is, and we can do that. Now this time I think about, so now this time I'm thinking about the base times the height. But where is my base? So here is my base. My base is that. And then what is the height? The height, of course, is something. And okay, so the height is, where is the height? Oh, I see that, right? That is exactly the height, right? Because this is 45 degree, right? This is 45 degree. So we do have a right angle. Right now, I give you a hint. So definitely today we are going to deal with right triangles. And in right triangles, we have the Pythagorean theorem. But of course, here we do not need Pythagorean theorem. So how to do the calculation? To calculation, this is 7 square root of 2, and this is 10 square root of 2, right? So then what would be half? Don't forget about the triangle. We need another half as well. So then 7 times square root of 2 times 10 times square root of 2, right? And then these cancel out with that 2 square root of 2. And so what we get is, and and so that would be wait. Oh, sorry. The diagonal is 7. The diagonal is 7. I think that explains the reason why some of you actually get the wrong answer 35, because we don't need that square root of 2. And the diagonal is actually already 710. So 710. So then this becomes 5. So 35 divided by 2. So that's 17.5, right? So that explains that's actually from the mistakes I made and some of you made. We need to be, there's one thing that always we need to be careful, which is we need to careful about what the question, what the condition is and what question is asking, right? All right, so now problem 4 finishes, and now let's move on to problem 5. Okay, so and 47 get 10 points, and 78, your answer is wrong. And 33 get 9 points, and 70, your answer is wrong. 78, your answer is wrong. 64, please double check, and 59, double check. And as well as 73, 11, the answers are all wrong. And 40 get 8 points. So after 40, the next correct answer comes from 28. So 28 gets 7 points. And the next answer came from 56. So 56 get 6 points. So after that, 70 get 5 points. And what else? What else? There's no, okay, so 93 get 4 points. And after that, we still may need 3 more correct answers. Okay, so 41 get 3 points. 38 get 2 points. Okay, so we need more correct answers. 1 more correct answer. Okay, so I see the correct answer now comes from 45. And besides 45, that's okay. So that's it. So that's problem 5. Now we have 10 correct answers. And yeah, and for the answer in YouTube, and so that's slightly small. So now first let's observe. So these are the number values, right? So there are 10 number values. Besides the 10 number values, then we count the number of bars, right? The number of bars are what? Are 2, right? So this is 5, this is 5, this is 4, this is 5, and this is 6. Okay, so nice. And definitely I see that the group in YouTube channel is also very strong, and the correct answer has already been figured out there. And so 3, and then 7, and then 6, and then 6, right? So then what we check is we check the difference, right? We check the difference between the actual value of the digits versus the number of bars needed, right? So then what we get -1, we get -3, we get so -3 and -2 and 0, 0, 0, and then I get 4, 1, 3, -6, right? Okay, so now let's observe the example 337, right? For 337, what is the case? The case is, right, we have a -2, right? We have a 4. So because 4 minus 2 minus 2 is 0. So that's why 373 is a good one. Okay, so now in order to make the numbers big, So what we have to do is we have to do the last of the leading digit may be 9, right? After the leading digit is 9, then that means we have a +3. Then we have to use a -3 to offset. What about the other? What about the second digit? Then you think, okay, so +3 to my offset. So we need to have -1, -2, then it's like 3, 1. But then the thing is, do not forget that actually we can try a 9 again. If we try a 9 again, then that means we have 3 here. That's a plus. That's a plus. And we need a -6. Do we have that? And happily, we do have that. 0 is helping us, right? So then 990 is the correct answer. Yes, some of the comments made in YouTube that do not forget about digit 0. Yes. And also digit 0 is something that we need to be careful when you cancel out, right? When you cancel out something from an algebraic equation, maybe you need to be careful, make sure that it is non-zero, right? Okay, so that's problem 5. So we finished 5 questions in about half an hour. Maybe we need to speed up a little bit. Okay, so question 6. All right, so the answer really comes really fast. And so 45 get 10 points. And then the wrong answer came from many people. And so 97, you are almost there. So 52 get 9 points. And 59 get 8 points. And Eric, sorry, 85, please be careful. And 22, be careful, they're almost there. And 69, and you get 7 points. And after that, and 64, you are quite close. And 76 seems that you do addition wrong, or you do multiplication wrong, I think. And 38, and you get 6 points. And after 38, 13 get 5 points. And after 13, 22 get it right, so 22 gets 4 points. The 85 gets 3 points. And 88 get 2 points. And 56 get 1 point. And besides that, the correct answer also comes from 70. And yes, and 22, you already get 4 points. And from 70, from 21, get 1 point, as well as 76 get 1 point, and also 94 get 1 point. Let me quickly finish. And the 71 get 1 point, and 41 get 1 point. Yes, this question people perform well. And for those in YouTube, I think the answer is almost there, but there's a minor mistake. And so the warning I give is we need to be careful, not only what the conditions are, but also what the question is asking. The question may be asking a different number than the one that you are working, that the question is asking. So for that, so they are consecutive positive integers. Then of course for b plus c plus d, b plus c plus d, that it should be 3c, which is the 3 times the middle number. Well, for a plus b plus c plus d plus e, so that would be 5 plus c. So that is a perfect square. So to assume this is p squared and this is q cubed, right? So now how can we construct C? So definitely C needs to have, from these, we know that C needs to have at least 2 5 squares, right? So C has to list 2 5 squares, and then that can make a cube. But then you go back to C, okay, so that's fine. C can be, if you have C equals 25 squared, then yes, so that is a perfect square. But we have a 3, right? Which means C needs to have a single 3. But the thing is, if you make C has a single 3, then that cannot make it a cube. So that means in addition to a single 3, we have to construct the other 3 square. And then then together with these 5 squares, so things would work, right? So which means the minimum value for C is actually 3 times 3 squared times 5 squared. That can make everything works. And so that is 3 times 225, 15 squared is 225. That is 675. But be careful that 675 is not the answer because that is C. And what our answer is E, which is 675 plus 2, that is 677, right? So this question 6 finished. All right, then that's problem 6. And now let's move on to problem 7. Okay, so for this question, actually, as I expected, the answer came in very fast, but most of the answers are wrong. So the first correct answer came from 45. 45 got 10 points. So after that, and 13 get 9 points, and 78 get 8 points, and the 56 get 7 points. And after 56, 7 point, and then the next correct answer came from 76. So 76 gets 6 points. And after that, the correct answer came from 88. So 88 get 5 points. And then 33 get 4 points. And after that, there's still no more correct answers yet. Okay, so you need to have a nice design, and the key thing is, you know, there could be and students that join both clubs. Okay, so now 38 gets 3 points, and after that, and 97 get 2 points, and 99 get 1 point, and then 47 and 42 also get 1 point, and so that's it. So that's is problem 7. Okay, so now let's see how we handle this question. And so the answer so far in YouTube is not correct yet. So we can think about the one diagram, right? So that are the things that we start with. And so in the one diagram, what we have is we have the art club, right? So we have the art club. We have the sport club, and then in the middle, and that means that is both joining. And remember that we also have the boys and the girls, right? So what we can do is then we can exactly write down these as B1, B2, B3. So boy have 3 types, G1, G2, G3, and they also have 3 types, right? And then what we have, the condition. What is the condition we have? The condition we have is see the art club, 60% are boys, which means B1 plus B2, right? Over what? Over B1 plus B2 plus G1 plus G2. So that is 60%, right? And then what's next? What's next would be B2 plus B3, and that is B2 plus B3 plus G2 plus G3. That is 75%, right? Okay, so now what happens? It looks like is we can do certain kind of a combination, right? But when we do the combination, so we have to make the B2 kind of like only appear half and half. So we want what? So we want the situation is in order to make there are kind of like fewer boys. So the idea is probably we want to have the boys all concentrated in the middle part. And so that then the boys, it looks like the boys have, because that's double counted, right? So then it looks like they all have a good part of it. And then then when you combine, because both the middle part only counted once, and then that would be good. So in that sense, what we can do is we probably can make these 0, right? So we see that here this is 0. If we see this is 0, then what does it mean? Then this means that on the common part, that is 100% are boys, right? But altogether, given that there are 60% are boys, right? So altogether, these combined would be 60% are boys. And so can we find out these percentage? And so then we can try to find, so what we can get is 60% are boys altogether, which means 8. The idea is we can assume that here is 60, and then here is 40, right? And then there's no boy here, right? And then next, what about the 75%? The 75%, then you would know that, and it is better that you have, so these would be, sorry, that's 40, 60, I should do. Change, this would be 40, and then that would be 60, and so next, and so which means the other intuition we should build is we should assume this here is 0, and then the other one would be so now it's right, 60%. Okay, so then the other one we have to make 75% of the spots are boys. So here we could have 20, right? So here we could have this 0, and then we could have 20 here, right? 3, and this 20, and then that would be 75%. So in the end, the boys are 60 and girls are 60. So actually the ratio would be 50%, right? Okay, so that is this question. So you need to have some intuition, and then, but of course, and rigorously you can try to prove by setting up some algebraic inequalities, and algebraically you can get that the B1, the B1, B3 is 0 and G2 is 0. That is the ideal case, right? Okay, so that's it. No. I think the rule is once I start to discuss the question, so I'm not going to give out the points. And so now next, problem 8. Yes, it's good that in the previous question, finally, YouTube channel also figure out the answer before me. I see two answers, but seems both are not correct. Okay, so this question, the first correct answer came from and 16. And all the other answers are not correct. And the 14, your answer is correct. You get 9 points. And after 14, the next correct answer came from 59. So 59 got 8 points. And after 59, and so the next correct answer came from 76. So 76 gets 7 points and 85 gets 6 points. So after that, 93 get 5 points, and then 52 get 4 points, and 94 gets 3 points, and then what's next? 97 get 2 points, and 23 get 1 point. Yes, now this question gradually people are figuring out the answer. And besides 23, who also get the 1 points are 88 and 50, as well as 33 and 56, 35 and 98, as well as, okay, so that's it. So now we already have 16 correct answers. Not bad. And 22, your answer is correct as well. And after 22, 47 and 42 get 1 point. And what else? And 70 get 1 point. And so that's it. Okay, so for these questions, I'm going to tell you a trick. And that trick is definitely, I think it's not frequently appear in textbooks. So what is this trick is would be use integers. But this looks like a nonsense question, right? So definitely we like integers, but when we have to deal with the fractions, we have to do that, right? So what is the idea about that? Okay, so 69, you get 1 point as well. So the idea is normally for these, we have the project, right? So for the workload of the project. Normally, people would think it is 1, right? It's a whole thing or 100%. And then what does it mean? Then that means A, B, C, right? Then that means A and B and C each day finish how many? Each day finishes finishes 1/8, right? Then we have fractions. Well, I don't like that. So now what I do is I use integers, right? So the workload of the project, I assume that it is 8 times 7 times 8 times 6, which is 336. Maybe you ask why you do that? Because I want this number to be divisible by 7, to be divisible by 8, and to be divisible by 42 as well. Naturally, I know that 42 is 6 times 7. So there's already a 7. So as long as I do 6 times 8 times, I make the workload to be 7 times 8 times 6 equals 336 units, right? Which means I make each unit very small. And then I have easy life, right? What is the easy life? Then what is A plus B plus C? So that would be 336 divided by 8, right? You don't need to calculate that quickly. That's 42, 6 times 7. Well, for B plus C plus D, then that would be 6 times 8. So that is 48. What about A plus D? A plus D, because 6 times 7 is 42. So A plus D is 8, right? Then this becomes a much cleaner equation to solve, right? And then, yes, I see that And yes, I see the comment, right? Some people get the answer in YouTube for the correct answer, but complaining that, you made some mistake because of fractions, right? But using this, if you assume a proper, making a proper assumptions, no fractions appear at all, right? So now what we have, then of course, for these first two equations, what we have is we get d minus a is 6, right? So d plus a is 8, right? So mentally, we can calculate d is 7, a is 1. So a is 1, it means what? It means this is the correct answer. So we are very lucky to assume what the unit is, right? Okay, so problem 8 finishes. And now let's move on to problem 9. Okay, so I see the first correct answer came from 45. 45 get 10 points. And after that, it would be 14 and 9 points, 11, 8 points, and 52, 7 points. And the other answers submitted are wrong. And so after 52, the correct answer came from the next correct answer came from 70. So 70 get 6 points. And then after that, 16 get 5 points. And 69 get 4 points. And 13 get 3 points. And 59 get 2 points. And 85 get 1 point. And besides that, who also get 1 point are 23, 99, and 56, 21, 70, 41, and 71, 42, and 41, 42, yes, and 56, 60, 74. Wow, this question is so nice. 47, and as well as 76 and 93, and that's we have many 1 points. Okay, so what is the idea? The idea is, of course, we quickly draw a picture. So A, B, C, D is on the line with AB equals CD. So AB equals CD. It seems that we have kind of a little bit of symmetry. And also on top of that, we know that BC is 12 and point E is not on the line. BEC equals 12, 10. Yes, we do have a symmetry, right? So this is 10. So it's isosceles triangle. So for isosceles triangle, definitely the BC has been cut into 6 and 6. So this must be 6, 8, 8, 10 as the right triangle, right? The typical right triangle. And then what we do is we connect them. And what we have is they know, they say that, they say what? They say that the parameter of AED is double of the parameter of BEC. Of course, okay, so what is the parameter of BEC? The parameter of triangle BEC is 10 plus 12 plus 10. So that is 32. Okay, by the way, and yes, and the YouTube channels already figured out the correct answer. And also the first correct answer came from Honey Ant, right? So it seems that Honey Ant is very strong and he gets lots of questions correctly very fast. And then, so what would be the parameter of triangle AED? So then it would be double, so it would be 64. So 64 means what? And we can assume that this would be AB would be X, and then this would means that X plus 6 plus the square root of X plus 6 squared plus 64, and that would be half of it, right? Because what I'm calculating is I'm calculating the parameter of this part, right? So then that will be 32, right? And which can be simplified as X plus X squared plus 12X plus 100. And that equals 20, that equals 26, right? And then you can solve it. And it leads to that X equals 9. Oh, actually you can guess, right? If you guess X is 9, if you are lucky enough, you directly guess and the Pythagoras triple that includes 8. So the other one would be 8, 15, 17. Then you can get maybe even faster, right? Okay, so that's about this. So that's why to me, for the right triangle, sometimes I will just try the Pythagoras triple to see whether I can get correct answer. If I'm lucky enough, then I just stop to solve the equations like this. Next, problem 10. So it is again a geometry problems, but with circle involved in it. Okay, so now this question, I see we really have a strong group. The answer came in very fast. It's already dominated my screen. We have more than 10 correct answers now. And let me figure out what is the first one. Okay, so now the first correct answer came 52, 10 points, 14, 9 points, 45, 8 points, 64, 7 points, and 97, 6 points, and 73, and 5 points. And after that, and 59, 4 points, and 74, 3 points, 41, 2 points, 69, 1 point. And after that, the correct answer also came from 93, 92, and 56, as well as 33, and also 38, 76, and 31, 85, and 16, 95, as well as 71, and 42, 13, 70, 88, 99, and 23, 50. Okay, so I think I pretty much announced almost everyone's number. And 60, and 94, and 21, 17, and 22, 43, and 40, 22 already mentioned, 40, 78, 61, 93 I already mentioned, and 60 I already mentioned as well, and 26, 42 I already mentioned, 47, and what else? 93 I already mentioned. Okay. And 50, yes. All right. And oh yes, 27 as well. Okay, so now I list how many I already almost have 40 correct answers, right? Yes, and so in the YouTube channel, also the majority, the mode of the answer submissions is correct, is the correct answer. All right, so now how to deal with it. And so the thing is, once we see the word 6 and 8, what do you see? Do you feel is I see A, B, C, 6, and 8. What I'm thinking is I'm thinking about maybe a right triangle with 10. And then luckily I do see CD equals DA is 5 square root of 2. Okay, so 5 square root of 2, then this means that definitely we can have the construction like that, and we know that when you have a diameter and you draw a triangle, and then the angle facing the diameter is one side is 90 degree, and we do have two 90-degree triangles. And that's pretty much tells us that. So for AC, it cannot be smaller, right? If AC is smaller, then both angles are acute angles. It cannot be fit in a circle. And if AC is longer, then both angles are acute. So these would be the nice design. And then now we can directly calculate the area. The area is half times 6 times 8 plus and half times 10 times 5, right? And it's 24 plus 25 is 49, yes. But these, the how fast and how many correct answers are the for this question still amaze me quite a lot, which means you guys are really strong, and I'm really envy you that you are going to see each other very soon in Florida next month. Now, next problem 11. Okay, so that question is slightly challenging, needs a little bit of work. And so first, let me clarify. So the idea is, so among all the cubes that has been removed, right? So how many cubes? It actually means how many cubes that has been removed. Yes, I see very many submissions, but it seems that all of them are wrong so far. Okay, so now I see the first correct answer. The first correct answer comes from 73. Okay, sorry, I need to correct a little bit. The first correct answer comes from 26. So 26 get 10 points. So after that, the next correct answer came from 73. So 73 get 9 points. And after that, the next correct answer came from 16. And then 70. So 16 gets 7 points, 70 gets 6 points. And then 23 get 5 points. And then seems that we do not have that. Oh, sorry. I think sorry about that. I think I made a mistake. So I have to recount the numbers of the correct answers, and this question shouldn't be that difficult. It is my fault. Sorry about that. Okay, so now I'm going to start to count the correct answers. And the first correct answer came from 22. 22 get 10 points and followed by 76. 76 get 9 points and then 85 get 8 points. So after 85 and 94 get 7 points. And then what's next is 50 get and 6 points. And after that, 28 get 5 points. And then 66 get 4 points. And after 66 and the correct answer came from 38, 3 points. And then 27, 2 points. And 99, 1 point. And who also get 1 point are 33, 93, and 98, and what else? 14, and next is 43 and 56. And after that is 46, 45, and what else? And 47 and 60. And also the correct answer came from 74 as well as 52 and then 42, 50. I already mentioned, and what else? And 69 and 61. I almost finished. 28, 33. I mentioned before. And what else? And 27, 22, 46. As well as and 76 and 31, 97, 60, and also 85, 41, 17, and 28, 33, 71, 41. I almost finished 70. Okay, and 41. That's it. And so the idea to this question is actually it is better that to do what? It is better to do, this is a plan, this is solid geometry problem, but what we can do is we can change it into slices. So here we could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slices. And then in these 5 slices, and then what we can write, and then is we can write a 5 by 5, a 5 by 5 a grade. And through these 5 by 5 grade, we can figure out what it is. But for the first one, and for the first layer and for the last layer, because you know it does not only the top 3, right? Only the top 3 tunnel will affect it, right? So these will be definitely have 3 has been removed, and these has been 3 has been removed, right? So these would be 6. And then for the other other layers, and what we can do is, for example, in the second layer, what we can draw is we can draw a 5 by 5, and actually we can draw a smaller one because we can draw a 3 by 3 for the second, as in the other tunnels. And we could see that. So here we have kind of like these 3, right, removed, and then on the back end we have the other 3. And besides that, So here we have 3, right? And then on the other side, we have 3. So these already, so on the surface, we have get 18 removed, right? So this is something that we already know. And what we really need is we need to see in the interior 3 by 3 by 3, what we have, and then we can draw a 3 by 3 grid, and then we just count how many cubes have been removed in this kind of tunneling process. Altogether, we draw 9 tunnels, right? Okay, so first is the vertical one. The vertical one means 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And next is the horizontal, the front and back. So this actually means what? This actually means, if you see the second one, this means this, and then this, and then this. And then the third one, which is from the left to right. So from the left to right will be this, and that. Okay, so now what we have? So here we have 7. Here we have 7, and here we have 7 again. So that is 21. So the answer is 18 plus 21, so which is 39. That is a correct answer. All right, so now problem 11. Now finally, it's the last question. Problem 12. So be careful that we do not care about the order. The order does not matter. So that's why all the answers I received are too big, because you are using kind of like the method of maybe the stars and bars model. The answers are too big. So now I see that there's some answers are slightly closer, and maybe I give you a hint, which is the answer is a 3-digit number. Okay, so now I do see the first correct answer came from 52. So 52 get 10 points and followed by 21. And then 94. So 21 get 9 points, 94 get 8 points. And so there's still no other correct answers yet. And so for those in YouTube, be careful that we see that we do not consider the order. So for the examples giving 3 plus 5 plus 61 is the same as 61 plus 34 plus 5, which means you cannot use the stake and the star or bars model for these. Okay, so now we see one more correct answer. After 94, the next correct answer came from 41. So 41 gets 6 points. So after 41, 43 is correct. So 43 gets 6 points. So after that, and the next correct answer came from 14, and 14 get 5 points, and 59 get 4 points, and 13 gets 3 points. And what else? Okay, so we need 2 more correct answers. And so far in YouTube, the answer is there's no correct answer yet. And remember that the answer has to be a 3-digit number. So 16, your answer is correct, and you get 2 points. So we need 1 more correct answer. Then I'm going to start to explain. All right, so 45 get the correct answer. And so now I'm going to start to explain. And so now next, what we have to see is, and so YouTube channel, we still use, you can continue to submit the answer. There's no correct answer yet. And so the idea for this type of thing, because the order does not matter, so which means we can assume the three numbers and also three numbers are different in increasing order, right? And then with A plus B plus C add up to 100, right? And so in this case, then what we do is we can do in the enumeration. So maybe we can do the enumeration on the smallest one or on the biggest one. So maybe I will do on the enumeration on A. So then how many cases are there? So A can be as small as Y, right? Up to what? Up to A can be as big as 30. Can A be 33? No. Because if A is 33, then that's 34, because all the three numbers are different, right? But 33 plus 34 plus 35, you know, this is 108. This is greater than 100. So the next, the largest possible case would be A equals 32. So not only in our current Zoom meeting, we have a very strong group, and the group in YouTube is also very strong. They successfully solved all the questions. Yes, Kevin Chen, your answer to this question is correct. And so A equals 32, and in this case, then it could be 33 and then 35, right? So here we have one solution, right? So now let's see, think if A equals 1, then what could be B? So here I mean B, right? So B can be 2, right? Up to, but besides A, there's 99. So B can be 49, right? Altogether, that's 8, right? If B is 49, so that is 50. So that is all possible. Then how about how many possible choices are there? So we have 48 choices are there, right? So now let's think about another case. A equals 2, then B has to be goes from straight. And also because it's 98, right? So B cannot be 99. This B can be only to be 40. It cannot be 49 because there is be 2 plus 49 plus 49 is 100. So it has to be 48. So 3 to 48. Then how many answers are there? So that would be 46, right? Okay, so differ by 2, but you know, it cannot be always differ by 2, because then that means we would have roughly like 24 cases, but we only have 30 cases, right? So then we consider the case A equals 3. A equals 3, then B can go to 4, and then because it's the remaining is 97, so the largest possible one would be also 48, right? So in this case, it's 45, and then you can list another one. The other one would be 44. Now you somehow get some sense. So this kind of like there are two separate sequences. So you see then that is, you'll see 48, 45, and so on. And that related to odd number, right? Odd. So then what we can see, maybe we can do one more case when A equals 31. See how many choices are there. So B could be 32, B could be 33, and B could be 35. All possible. Okay, so these would be 3. So now we have one equation for the odd, right? For this odd, what we can get is we get 48 plus 45 plus dot plus 6 plus 3. And then the next one would be 46 plus 44. And you can imagine that will be up to 1. Yes, and everything has the remainder 1 when divided by 3. So that's it. And you look at a little bit careful that it's all 64 numbers. And then you can you add up these two. So 64 plus 89 plus dot plus 4, right? So what is the answer? Would be 94 plus 4. There's altogether 16 terms divided by 2. So then that will be 68 times 8. And the final answer is 784. So that is the correct answer. So this would be just the enumeration. And this type of the enumeration also appears like, you know, this type of question, if we have the sum of the three angle, the parameter is giving for a triangle, then what could be the side lengths of the three sides? It's also similar structure like that. Okay, so with a slightly delay, so we finish all the 12 questions. So also you have already worked very hard for 80 minutes. And so Kevin and me needs a little bit of time to calculate the scores. So let's have a 10 minutes break. So we come back at 35 after the round the clock, and we are going to announce the top 12 performers, and also then we start the 1-to-1 matchup round. All right, so break for now.
Alrighty, there is a relevant tie between seeds or numbers 59 and 76. So we will be doing a tiebreaker before we start the countdown. That question will be brought up in a bit. The rest of the top 12 are going to be, the top 3 seeds are going to be, in no particular order, are 52, 16, and 45. And then the tiebreaker is for the top 4 seeds because the top 4 seeds will get a bye for the first round. Then the next 7 seeds, in no particular order, are going to be 85, 93, 15, 14, 21, 38, and 22. So if you are one of those numbers, you will be in the countdown round and will be put into the bracket. So I will be posting a link to a bracket into the chat soon. As I mentioned before, the final seeding will depend on the first tiebreaker that we are doing. So get the full seeding then. However, I will put the tentative seeding into a bracket and post that in the chat.
Do I want to play this?
Alrighty, so if you want to go to the link, there is a bracket schedule for it. And the people who are in the round 1 will be, let's see if, no, that's not what's going to change. Probably 21 versus 13. Round 1, match 1, round 1, match 2, 76, or not 76, it'll just 76 and 59 will depend based on the first tiebreaker. But
I got an extra amount. I hate you. I hate you.
yeah, so now we are just waiting for a little bit longer just so we can have a tiebreaker between.
I'm
59 and
preparing the tiebreaker question, so we are going to start very soon. And okay, so Kevin, the tiebreakers is 59 and 76, right?
Yep.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and for 59 and 76, we are going to so you two will do one additional question. And so first, could you type yes to me so that I make sure that I do receive your response? Yes, I see both. Yes, from 59 and 76, and but other people you don't need to see yes. And so, but of course you can still submit the answer to this question. And okay, so now here is the question. So there's no penalty for wrong answer in the 1-to-1 round, but after you submit the wrong answer, so I will set up a timer. So we will give the other person, I think, 45 seconds of priority to submit the answers. So all people can working on all the, oh, sorry. Sorry, I haven't shared the screen. One moment. Okay, so me and Butter 75, 6 and 59 to type chat to chat yes again, so that I know that you can see my screen. Okay, so now here is the question. It's a probability question, and everyone else can submit the answer to me as well. Okay, so I do see the correct answer from someone from 23. And 76, your answer is wrong. And so 59, you have 45 priority second time period. Yes, 56, your answer is correct. And after that, the correct answer came from 94. Okay, so 59, and you get the same answer as 76, but that is not correct. So 76, now you have 45 seconds to go, but unfortunately your answer is not correct. So now 45 and now 59, you have the other 45 priority time, and yes, 17, your answer is correct. Okay, so 59, your answer is correct. Okay, so now that means 59 wins. And so 59 is number 4. And so Kevin, is there a way that we can show the current picture, the current 8 pairs?
Yep, I should have sent a bracket in the link. I'll resend the link again. So if you just open the link, you should see a bracket with all the pairings.
But
So our
the
first
thing is, then the YouTube channel,
Oh,
they cannot see it. Or maybe can you post it on the YouTube channel?
I believe I should have sent the link to the YouTube channel as well. So if you're on the YouTube channel and you want to access it, should have sent a
What I
link
can
to
do is I can,
the bracket.
yes, and to, okay, so maybe I can share the screen.
oh.
Yep.
So I have to see it.
So here is the thing, and so can I check? I think there is an issue, and is 13 still there? Probably 13 left. I think that's okay. So now we have another challenging thing that 13 already left because 13 said goodbye to me earlier. So we have to so we have to change that a little bit, Kevin. So remove remove 13 and then rearrange them. And then maybe you can just refresh that page. And then we are going to show up.
This really isn't too.
Oh, is there a
Okay, so-
tiebreaker for the next one?
Do you want me to change 13?
Yeah, you just move 13 into the game. I think that's the similar situation happens last year in the mass counts because of the COVID, and there's a strong student in Hong Kong who attended the written test in Hong Kong remotely, but cannot attend the oral round.
Oh, so do you want me to move?
Yeah, you basically make number 10 now number 9, and then so change all the matching as well.
Okay,
Fucking Congo
so will the
back and
13th seed now be playing?
Yeah, the number 13 seats will come into play, and also, and can everybody help to check is all the 12 people are there, so that we won't need to modify it again. Okay, so I'll open the chat to everyone. So if you see, let's first maybe use 2 more minutes to spend to set up the logic, stick things right, and then we start. Oh, the answer to the original question is, so maybe, okay, so I quickly share the screen and explain that question, and then I think by that time, the Kevin will be ready.
I fucked it.
Okay, so it's a little bit slow in connecting to the iPad. Okay, so now I think it shows up. And so what is the idea? Of course, this is a classic probability question. So for the probability, we just form a fraction, right? So on the denominators, how many cases are there? So you roll the 4 standardized 4 times. So each time we have a 6 times 6 times 6, right? So next, they see that rolling exactly 3 different numbers. So what I mean, name the 3 different numbers by A, B, C, because these are 3 different numbers. So the first number must be only 1 number repeated, right? So we could think about like the form like A, B, C. The first, we don't think about the order, but we just think about the how we select them. And so here the thing is need to be careful that if we select what value for A, so there will be 6 cases. So value for A. And then for B and C, because they are in a symmetric position, if we don't consider the order, so then the value for B and C needs to be combined. So that would be 5, choose 2, right? Because from the remaining one. So then we determine the value A, B, C. So how many possible arrangements are there? So that would be, it is a permutation question with repeated elements, right? So it's 4 factor, so it will be 4 factorial divided by 2 factorial. And then once we have that, I think we can do the simplification 6 times. So 10 times 12, and then 6 times 6 times 6 times 6. And so now what we can do is we can split this as 2 times 5. We can split this as 2 times 6. So 2 times 5, 2 times 6. And then we do the cancellation, right? So the cancellation, 6 times cancel out 6, 6 cancel out 6, this have 3, this have 3. So the final answer would be 5/9, right? And okay, so then this would be the question. So this would be the answer. And also, and so now people are very excited. There's one point, there's one situation discussing that what happens if someone's cheating through the YouTube channel, but that is impossible because all of you are so strong. So I think there's about 20 to 30 seconds delays in YouTube live. So the YouTube channel will not help any people in solving any questions. Kevin, do you have the new pairing ready?
Yep, the bracket should be updated. So if it's
Okay.
not, just reload the page.
So let me reload the page. Did I share the screen? And okay, so the page is reloaded. So let me quickly share the screen for that one, and then we start. Okay. So here is the final 12 people, and okay, so then we are going to start. Okay, so to save time, so for the first round will be 21 and 85, and can you type yes to me? And so now I deal with my logistic things. Okay, yes, I see both 21 and 85 are there, so I need to be quickly share my screen so that we have the match round one. Okay, so I think both at 21 and 85 are ready. So now I'm going to start. I think all the countdown problems are easier than the problems we just discussed. Sorry, I kind of get a little bit cold because in order to preparing these all these problems, I only slept 3 hours last night, and so I'm not in a very stable mood. And however, and you are in a very nice mood, although it's already evening time there. Okay, so now we are going to start 21 and 85. So question 1. So I'll just open the chat to everyone. So both 81 and 21 and 85, you get the answer, you just chat to everyone. And all other people, if you want, you can type to me privately. And okay, so 85 get the correct answer. The correct answer is 320, right? So actually what the situation is, they're starting from the, because they run in different directions. So from one time they meet to the next time they meet, the situation would be they have to all together travel the full circle, which is 720 meters. And well, what would be their speed? So who is faster? The first runner is faster. The first runner needs 3 minutes. So which means the first runner, the speed is not 4 to 5. If we think about the speed, is 5 to 4, right? So then that means the second runner only travels less than half of it. It's actually 4/9. So 700 divided by 20, 720 divided by 9 is 80. 80 times 4 is 320, right? Yes, so this question is really can be solved mentally. Okay, so now this is question 1, and yes, each round we will have 5 questions. So whoever get the the 3 points and we'll win. And but we are going to still show the 5 questions. And once if the winner is already determined, then I will open the question to everyone. Everyone can answer publicly. Okay, so next problem. Question 1.2. So you order to do not disturb the two people in the game. So I will only mention the correct answer after the point is determined. Okay, so 85 get it right, and so the correct answer is 12, and before 85 actually 22 and actually 93, 22, and 17 already get it right. And so this is essentially what this is essentially to solve kind of like a system of equations, right? So this is A, this is B, and the hidden black square is C. So now you have to do a comparison. What you do is you have, then you'll see A plus 2B, that is 34, and then B plus 2A, sorry. B plus 2A, that is 26. So altogether you get 3A plus 3B, that is 60. So A plus B is 20, and A plus B is 20, so B is 14. And then from the first one, then A is 6, and then 14 minus 6. So C is 32 minus A minus B is 32 minus 6 minus 14. So that is 12. And so that is the correct answer. Okay, so wait me for 10 seconds. I need to connect the power. And so that's it. So now the next would be the key points, right? So problem 3. Yeah, sorry. So we have the accident. So we have to avoid this question because 21 already answered and 21 get the correct answer. And so for this question, yes, when we're talking about 9 distinct digits, and so this would be related to many digits, would be then that means what we need to think about, that would be about the sum of the digits, right? The sum of the digits, and then what you think would be you think about modulo 9. So what would be the remainder when 2023 divided by 2 to the power of 29 divided by 9. So this will be 2 to the power of 3 is 8. So 2 to the power of 3 is 8. And so this is already, these have 7. And then times 2 to the square. And that is modulo 9. And so 2 to the power of 8, remember we can use negative remainder to help us. So negative 1 to the power of 7, then times 4, and then that becomes has remainder 5 modulo 9. So then all the we know that for all the digits 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 plus 8 plus 9. So that is 45. So the missing one must be matching with the remainder 4. So the missing digits must has remainder 4 when divided by 9. And then of course the answer has to be 4, right? Okay, so I just want to still keep the chat open to everyone so that we make it live, and but also and make sure that and oh sorry, did I make a mistake? Oh, sorry, I made a mistake, and 21 get the correct answer, and sorry, because my mind is not working. So now it's 2 to 1, and some people mentioned my mistake. So yes, 29 is 3 to the power of 9 times to to the power of 2, right? But still the same result. Okay, so really apologize for 21, and so now this is 2 to 1, and now next 1.4. Okay, so Eric get the answer correct. So Eric gets 3 points. And Eric wins this round. And before Eric and 70 get the correct answer. And so for this question, for this type of question, actually there's a key number. For me, when I see this, I do lots of this type of question when I was a primary school student. And for me, when I see this type of question, the first thing appear in my mind would be 189. So what is 189? And 189 is actually 9 times 1 plus 90 times 2. So this would be the number of digits of the 1-digit number. And this will be the number of the digits of the 2-digit number, right? And then of course there will be 3-digit numbers. So first I use 2023 minus 189, then I get is 4 and 3, 1834. And then for the first, then this means starting from 100 and every 3 digits in each number. So we have then to do 1834 divided by 3, then we get 611. And we have a remainder 1. So now let's need to be careful. So which means, so this would means after many 3rd digit number. So this would be the leading digit of the next 3-digit number. And so here what we have is 611, but 611 plus the original 99 ones, the single digit and double digit numbers. So that is 710. So the next one would be 711. And so the correct answer is 7. Okay. All right, so now and so yes, I like the pairing both help. And so next, and let's still finish problem 5. So I'm going to open this question to everyone. So everyone, if you get it right, and you can type the answer to everyone. So 16, your answer is not correct. Okay, 52, your answer is correct. And also 88 and 16 and got it right as well. And for this question, what I want to do is I want to emphasize what I know, or I want to share with you what I know about when you have a right triangle and when we have the height on the hypotenuse. What I know is, I know something, of course there are 3. So when the big triangle is divided into 2 smaller triangles, all these 3 triangles are similar. Based on this similarity, what we can get is, I know a nice result, which is BD over DC, that equals AB square over AC square, right? If I know that, so this is 4, this is 3. So the ratio for the BD to DC would be 16 to 9. And we know that BC is 5. So then it's easy to get what is BD and DC divided by 25. So each portion is 0.2. So BD is 3.2 and DC is 1.8. So now here the middle point is CM is half is 2.5. The MD is 0.7, right? So this formula, at least to me, I think sometimes it's very useful. And if you don't know this formula yet, and then you can try to use similar triangles to do it. Yes. And I see many correct answers also pop up in the YouTube channel as well. All right. So now we finished the first round. And so congratulations, 85 and but 21, you'll still have a chance in the official competition. And so next round, it will be 76 and 94. So now can both of you type yes to me? Yes, I see 76 and 94. Yes, okay. So both 76 and 94 are here. So we are going to do match round 2. So in each round we have 5 questions. So my idea is I want to have 1 arithmetic question, and then 1 algebra, 1 number theory, 1 geometry, and 1 combinatorial problems. Okay, so now problem 1. Okay, so 76 gets the correct answer. So 76 get 1 point. And of course, this would be related to 2 times 5. And what we know is we should try to, we know the basic fact that 5 times 2 is 10. So what we have is 5 to the square to the power of 25, then times 2 to the power of 60. So this is 5 to the power of 50 times then 2 to the power of 50, then times 2 to the power of 10. So definitely we know that 2 to the power of 10 is 1024. And then, so that would be this part. And then what about that part? That part, each 2 and 5 make a 0. So that would make many zeros. So how many zeros? So there will be 50 zeros. So altogether, how many digits? 50 plus 4. So that is 54 digits. And this question finished. All right. So now 76 I think pairing body you type a wrong number. So it's 76 versus 94. And so 76 and 94. Pay attention, please. Now I'm going to show the next question, question 2. So 94, your answer is not correct. And 76, your answer is correct. Okay, so 76, you get another point. And so for these, of course, there's also more answers before 76 would be came from 70 and 45. And so the idea is, and so the pairing boats, and what happens for the pairing boats. And so here for this question, normally when we think about the divisibility question, then we have some divisibility rules, right? So if a number is divisible by, we just use solve a question where a number is divisible by nine. To check whether a number is divisible by 9, we add the sum of digits, right? For the 8, maybe the last 3 digits. But here for 6 and 7, 10, it looks like complicated, right? Because if you search the web, you can get some rules for checking whether a number is divisible by 7 or not, but it's not very elegant. However, for this type of the question, actually, the best way is what? The best way is you do division directly. So what it will be the least common multiple of 6, 7, and 10? Because you have to divide by both 6 and 7, 10. It must be divisible by their least common multiple. So that would be just 6 times 7 times 10 is 420, but there's a common factor 2 between 6 and 10. So this is actually 210. So for this question, essentially, we only need to do a primary school division. Then pretty much we get it. We do the long division of this number divided by 210, so you get quotient 3, 630. And then we get 1110, so we can get quotient 5. So 1050, so they get 600. You get quotient 2, and then 420. 420, we get 18,000, so we can get 8. So that will be 1680. So that remainder is 120, right? So this remainder is 120, right? Which means we need to add up 90, and then that becomes 210. So it will be 741090. So that is divisible by 6, 7, and 10. Then now we can add up 210. So that becomes 100, then have 210 again, 210 again, 210 again. So then finally this will be 74930. So that is the correct answer. Finished. Okay, so problem 2 finished. Yes, and so that's essentially to do, and it's 90 plus 840, right? All right, so now 76 and 94. Pay attention. Now we are going to move on to the next problem 3. 94, congratulations, your answer is correct. And before that, 45 get the correct answer. So now it's 2-1. Okay, so how to solve this question? So the sum is 40, right? Definitely you look at the line where there's already three numbers, 7 plus 15 plus 2, that is 24. So that here we should put 16. So here we should put 16. Definitely 16 cannot be the correct answer by common sense, right? Because then it's so simple, right? So you have to continue, then 8 plus 16, then 24, 24 plus 9 is 33, 33. Then you know that here we have to plus 7. And now we get stuck a little bit, right? Because these actually here, all these three numbers we don't know yet. And so what we can do is we can think, you know, this is essentially what this is A, B, C, right? So A plus B is 23 plus 17, right? Then B plus C is 31, and A plus C is 16 and 24, right? So this is a typical kind of equations that we can solve. Then we get A plus B plus C. So that is 48 plus 34, that is 72. 72 divided by half is 36. So this is 36, and then by that, you directly go to here. This is quick way. Then you can C equals 19. That is the largest finish, right? Okay, so that's problem 23. Problem 2.3. And now 94 and 76. Pay attention, and I'm going to move on to show you the next problem 4. Okay, 76, you get the correct answer. And so congratulations, and you win this round. And so what is the trick to this question? And so that is the idea about, and so some of you asking about what would be the idea to solving the geometry problem. So in dealing with the geometry, area problem, one way to do it would be we can use the so-called the complementary method, right? So these, if you look at the orange part, it looks complicated, right? So you know you have the three little triangles, and maybe okay, so maybe you can think about the square, but the square is also complicated. What is the best way is you look at what? The best way is you look at the white region. What about this white region here, right? So the white region is only can be obtained by this half of the square, and then you divide by two diagonals. So that would be it, right? So each part, of course, is 1/8 of the total square, and then you have 4 white parts. So the final answer is just 1 minus 1/8 times 4, and the final answer is half, right? So finished. So that's problem 4. And given that the winner has already been determined, so for the next question, we are going to make it public. So anyone who get the answer can answer this question. Okay. Problem 5. $59, the answer is not correct. $50, the answer is not correct. Unless I make some mistakes, I think. Okay, so 94 gets the correct answer. And so let's see how we tackle this, right? So it's, I think is what I suggest is, so it's very important that you keep a good mood if you are lucky enough to really attend the countdown round in the mass counts. And because we have to accept that the luck is there, right? So if I put this question at the first question, so maybe 94 would get it right, and maybe then he has more confidence, he could win the round. So there are definitely lots of uncertainties, but what the thing that is part that you cannot control. But what the thing is you can control is you can try to make whatever happened in the past, you always have a new fresh start when you see a new problem. Okay, so how many 3 digits are there? Any 2 digits differ by 2. So here, dealing with the 3 digits, of course, we can deal with the leading digit, or we can deal with the unit digits. But actually, in this case, it is better that we deal with the middle digits. Why? Because the middle digits can help us a lot because it's directly linked with both. So you'll see what could be the middle digits. The middle digits, there are 9 possible cases, right? So there are 9 possible cases for the middle digits, which are, right, which are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? And for 0, what happens? Because it differs by 2, so it has to be 2, 0, 2. There's no other choices. 0 minus 2 will become negative 2. Same for this 1, right? It has to be 3, it has to be 3. And same for this 9, it has to be 7, this has to be 6. There's no other choices, right? So this gives, right? This gives what? This gives 4, right? Well, for all these, and we need to be careful, it would be this for 3, then it's good. We can go 1, 5, we can go 1, 5. So it looks like we have 4, right? So here we have 2, so here we have 2, then all these we have 4. We can actually have 4 here, so that is 4 times 5. But for 2, we need to be careful because the leading digit cannot be 0, so this has to be 4, 2, but it can be 0 and 2, so these will be 2. So finally, we have 20 plus 2 plus 2, and 26 is the correct answer. So now we finish the second matchup round. All right, so now 14 and 93, can you type hello to me? And then we start the next round. 14 and 93, can you type hello to everyone or to me? Then we start. Okay, so yes, both 14 and 93 are there. So now let's start with the first question. Okay, so and in my chat, because they pretty much appear about the same time, but 14 is in front of 93. Can I check this is the case for everyone? Or do you see a different situation? Does everyone see 14, the 2 for 14 before 90s, 2 for 93? Okay, so yes, and so yes, 14 is faster. So we have to give the point to 14. Yes. So this is the quick question. And yes, this question is probably too easy, right? So 5 equals 3. So this would have to be 1 equals 2/3. And giving this is 1 equals 2/3. So we know that 1 plus 1 this is 2/3. 3 over 2. And then of course this is the 1 plus half, right? So this is 2, right? Finished. All right. So now it's 1 to 0. And yes, and so at least I think 93 mentioned one a good thing, because now here we are doing very fundamental elementary one, right? You have to tap. But I think in the real math computation, right, you need to be familiar with the button, right? So to make sure that you need to practice that while you're solving a math problem, you always have the habit to have one hand that is already pretty much on top of the button, and then you use the other hand to do the calculation, so that you can make sure that each time you get the answer, you can immediately hit the button. All right, so now next, problem 2. Okay, so 93, your answer is wrong, and so 14 have a 45 minutes priority time. So 93, really checking carefully. Okay, so 14, you'll get the correct answer. And that's 220. And yes, and again, this question is something, the problem is still very easy. And but then this time is that we need to be careful, right? N square, of course, has to be between 2 and 20. So 2 and 20. But do not overly excited that just see, okay, so N has to be 2, 3, and 4, and then answer 3, right? Because when you have, what are the things that we always need to be careful when we're dealing with the inequality, right? Actually, when you see the inequality, although it's not related to this question, you always need to think about whether the negative sign that you need to be careful, right? When you multiply negative number on both sides, you need to flip the inequality. But of course, this question here, this is integers. It could be plus, it could be minus. Yes, that is not really about, the hard mathematical trick, but it's something that you need to be careful. But unfortunately, this would be the case that would happen, right? And okay, so now next one. Problem 3. Okay, so both types, the two different answers at the same time, and this time 14 get it right. So the correct answer is 72. So where does this question came from? This question came from 2011 MassCon's National Countdown. But in that question, they ask you in how many such integers that the digit 1 is to the left of digit 2. So in that case, 1 and 2 altogether, we know that there are 5 factorial, which is 120 different 5-digit numbers. But if 1 is to the left of 2, right, this is a symmetric situation, right? So you can directly divide it by 2. So 120 divided by 2, you get 60. However, when I change the question that digit 1, digit 4 not adjacent, then this is not really a symmetric situation, right? Not adjacent versus adjacent, right? So you can think, right, adjacent would be relatively difficult, right? Because non-adjacent, they could have 1 number, 2 numbers, or 3 numbers in between them. So that's why by sanity check, you should know that the answer is greater than 760, right? Yes, and as some people already become very excited and name himself or herself as some guest not participating, and so that is the right formula, right? So the right formula is again. So let's review this keyword again, which is called complementary, right? So we think the case when 1 and 4 are together, if 1 and 4 are together, how many ways are there? 1 and 4, then we have 2, 3, 5. So this would be 4 factorial, but 1 and 4 has an order, so that's 2. So the final answer is 72, finished, right? Okay, so now that's finished 3 questions, and so 14 wins. Okay, so 93, and now you can still have the chance to gain back your honor by solving the next 2 questions as the first person to answer it. So now next, question 4. Now this question is open to everyone. So 59, your answer is not correct. Julian, that's an even number. And 93, and the answer is not correct. and 16 and 21, you'll get the correct answer, right? For these, it's although it looks like a numerical value, and what we should do is we can use algebra to help us. So what does we do? Use algebra to help us. And so this, of course, is 1 followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros, right? Divided by 6 minus 64. Okay, so now this I came back to algebra. So this is 1000 square minus 8 square. So the difference of the square formula of 100 minus 8 plus 100 times 8. And you know that because I don't have enough sleep, I always make a silly mistake. Like here, like I miss a 0, right? Okay. Okay, so now this would be 992 times and times 1008. And the thing is, of course, both are divisible by 8, so we can get the 8 out. And then this would be 200 and sorry, this is because 8 times 125 is 1000. So this would be 124, while the other would be 8 times 126. And then we can do all these 8. We don't really care, right? Then this is 4 times 31 times 8 times 2 times 63. 63 is sometimes 7 times 9. So the correct answer is 31, right? Okay, so that's problem 4. And now next, problem 5. Julian, your answer is not correct, and all the other answers right now are not correct. Okay, so now 94, congratulations. You win back honors, and your answer is correct. And okay, so now for this question, so I'm going to talk, remember that when dealing with a word problem, I talk about a kind of like a secret trick that you have to define the unit, to define the whole thing to be very big, and then you can avoid fraction. And also here, so I'm going to talk about another trick that is also seldomly mentioned in textbooks, and that trick is called grades. So what is the idea? The idea is, you know, if we can separate them, right? So definitely we can separate them into equal part. Then we can just count how many little parts are there, right? So here we count first, we divide them into what? Into 6 identical equilateral triangles. Now next, because we have the midpoint, so we have to do that, right? So then the whole thing has been divided into what? The whole thing has been divided into 24 identical isosceles right triangle, 24 equilateral triangles, right? Yes. And so, you know, this is exactly very similar like in that project problem. I assume that the total project is 336, right? And then you use tiny things. And then now, do you feel happier, right? So here, altogether, how many? 24, right? At each corner, this is how many? This is, you can cut into two, and then fit into to form a little equilateral triangle. So this is y, right? So 1 times 6. So 24 minus 1 times 6. So that is 18 over 24. So that is 3 over 4, right? So you see, in that calculation, right? So essentially, what we can do is we only need to know some numerical numbers. We don't need to know the 2 square root of 3 times a, which is the height of the equilateral triangle. No need to do that, right? Right, so the grade method is sometimes really helpful, right? And so that's it. Okay, so now next we need to move on to the next round. So 38 and 22. So 38 and 22, can you see hello to us? Yes, both are there. So now we are going to start round 4 and problem 1. Okay, so 38 got it right. And so for this question, and of course, here, I'm not sure whether you know that, and so so I have to, so I need to thank Dr. Guo and Dr. Lan to organize us here so that so although I'm physically in Hong Kong, and we could have such a nice Zoom meeting, and with people from, I just counted the registration sheet. So today we have, at least at the beginning, we have people from 25 different states. And for some of the states, all the 5 participants are here, right? And so I really appreciate the connections that so Dr. Guo and Dr. Lan built so that we can be here, right? And also, so we know that we have AOPS, so that's a very useful website. And Dr. Guo also founded Art of Sciences, and so there's a summer camp. So in summer camp we have lots of we have not that many students, but we have lots of teachers and counselors, right? Like Kevin today, who is helping us to do all the logistics things, would be a counselor for the summer camp. And so now, of course, this question is a fixed it's a fixed statement for now, but maybe later on it can become a reality. So this year we are going to have 90 students for this Art of Science camp. And so for this question, now get back to mathematics. So what we do is we count what? So we count something which is kind of like, so this is the typical idea of my mathematics. We count one thing in 2 different methods. So what do we mean the one thing in different methods? What we count is number of classes taken by student, and also that would equal the number of classes taught by teachers, right? And then you can form a nice equation, because here we have 1,000 students. Each student have 6 classes, so that will be 6,000 classes. 6,000 classes, and while for each teacher they teach 5 times 25, and then that determines how many teachers are there. So it will be 6,000 divided by 125. What is the quickest way to do that division? That means we use the fact that 1,000 is 125 times 8. So then this is essential to do 6 times 8. Then we get 48. Okay, finished. That's 4.1. And okay, so now I see, say Mr. Guo also chat to grade here. So now we already set up our goal. So one day we are going to have a camp with 1,000 students, all talented as yours. And so next, and let's move on to problem 2. Okay, so 22, I think 22 typed the answer, and before 38, but unfortunately the answer is not correct, but 38 typed the correct answer. So 38 get another point. And so for this question, so what would be the case for this question? So that would be what? That would be 3 positive dividers. So the format would be P, right? P square is a number, right? So it has 3 dividers, 1p square, right? So 1p square, right? Then what we only to find a p so that it can form a 4-digit number. And related to this kind of boundary things, hopefully you already remember the square numbers. So 32 square is 2 to the power of 5, 2 to the power of square is 2 to the power of 10. So that is 1024. 31 square is 969. And so we have to find a prime number that is greater than 31. Then the next one, of course, would be 37. So 37 square is 1369. And so that is the correct answer. Okay. There's 9. Okay. So we finish, and so that's problem 2. So now next would be problem 3. Okay, so next question, the correct answer came from 22. So now we are 2-1. And for this question, and why it's easy because so each cube has 6 faces, right? So what would be the sum of the numbers in these 6 faces? So it's 1 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. So that is 21, right? Okay, and then and then, so how many cubes visible? So there will be 6 cubes, which are top one, bottom one, left one, right one, front one, back one. So altogether there are 6, right? So the sum of all the numbers on all the faces will be 21 times 6 dots. But remember, in the middle one is wholly invisible, right? It's glued with the other 6, right? So which means for the glued part, that the sum of the dots is exactly the sum of the dots in one cube, so which is minus 21. And then we get 21 times 5, so it's 105, so finished. So that's problem 3, and so now next and problem 4. So right now it's 2-1. Okay, so 38 get the correct answer, and the correct answer to this question is 2/3. So 38 wins this round. And so how to do that? It would be ABC, right? So the power, so we want to find A plus B plus C taking the average, or essentially the ABC. So when you're dealing with the sum and how related to the power would be, if you multiply the thing with the same base, and then you have to add up the exponent. So that's why what you do is you should write down 30 to the power of A times 30 to the power of B times 30 to the power of C, and then that is 6 times 10 times 15. And what we get then is 30 times A plus B plus C. And that on the right hand side it has to be 6 times 15 is 90, 90 times 10 is 900, 900 is 30 squared. So now what we know is A plus B plus C is 2. Of course, their mean is just 2/3. Okay, finished. And now next question will be open to everyone. So problem 5. Okay, so the first question came from 59 as well as 71. And yes, it's very it's not so complicated, and so what is the idea? Okay, so now what we do is we can draw a grade, right? We draw the grade and 2 columns and 3 rows, and right, okay, so as 2 columns and 3 rows, and number 1 through 6, so that it's strictly increasing downward. So increasing, so which means the bottom numbers has to be bigger, and also, and to the left is with the number strictly increasing downward and increasingly to the left. It will be here. It's also increasing. To the increasing to the left, yes. Okay, so then we see where it would be the largest one. The largest one has to be here, right? And then where would be the smallest one? The smallest one has to be here, right? So these two have to be fixed, right? And if these two have to be fixed, then what would be the situation? And the situation is, and we have to deal with 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So where to put 5? 5 actually can be put in either here or there, right? So there are 2 possibilities, right? And then because if 5 put into the other 2 cells, if 5 put into these 2 cells, then there must be trouble. So okay, so it will be 5, and now let's dealing with the with 4, right? So 4, that what would be the case? It's if it's 4 here, so it can be 2 and 3, and then these can be swapped, right? So another case would be the other case would be and 6, 1 and 5 and 4 is here, so has a 2 and 3, so it's only 3 and 2, so only this possibility. And so what about 5? 5 is here, and then 4 is here, but 2 and 3 can be swapped, right? So then what is the answer? So finally to this answer is 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2, and so that is a 5. Okay, so that's it. Oh, so sorry. That's just the correct answer. Okay, so now we finished the first 4 rounds, and so Kevin, can you quickly update the new 4 round? And I'm going to share the screen, and also we may have a 3 minutes break as I need to deal with something at my work quickly, as today is already Monday morning here. So Kevin, please refresh. You're already refreshed?
Yep,
Okay.
everything should be good.
Okay, so now let me okay, so you can have a look about that. And so I'll make a quick call, and then we'll come back very soon.
Never gonna give you up.
Okay, so I finished my work and now we are going to resume and let me share the screen. Oops. Okay, so now 45 and 85, can you see hello? Yes, I think it's all there. Okay. So once it show up and then we can do it. Okay, so now can you can see both or everyone can see the screen, right? Yes or no? And okay, 45, 85, can you see the screen? Okay. All right, so now we are going to have the first question. So 85, your answer is wrong, and so 45 has 45 seconds. So 45, your answer is wrong, and now 85, you have 45 seconds. Okay, so 85, now your answer is correct. So the correct answer to this question is 2. Yes, there's nothing, it's as 45 commented. The key thing is we need a pen and pencil, and then pretty much we can do it. And so now what we have is 2. So 11 times 12. What you can do is you can use multiplication table to quickly write 2 to 2. So 1, 2 is 2, 2 and 3 is 6, 3 times 4 is 2, and then 4 times 5 is 0, 5 times 6 is 0, and then 6 times 7 is 2, 7 times 8 is 6, 8 times 9 is 2, and then 9 times 10 is 0. So all these give a 0, all these give 0, right? So here it's actually 19 times 20. And then next we have 20 times 21, and 21 times 22, and so this is, oh, sorry, this is 18 times 19. Okay, and so this is 0 and this is 2, right? So the final answer is actually 2, right? Okay, so that is, so now we are 0 to 1. So next, problem 2. Okay, so 85, your answer is correct. Yes, and so the answer to the way to solve this question would be, So think about it twice, right? Then for the double digits, so 10, 11, 12, that's exactly twice. But for 1, 2, and up to 9, so they have less digits, right? So you have to use the 3 digits to match, to offset it. So it will be starting from 100, and you need to write down 9, 3. You need to write down 9 3-digit numbers, but be careful. So for the 9 3-digit numbers, it is not 109, right? So 16, be careful about that. And so it is 108, because from 100 to 108. So these are the 9 numbers, right? And then 1 to 9, this is our 9 numbers. Okay, so then of course, the correct answer is 108. Okay, so now we finish this, and now next, let's move on to question 3. Okay, so 45, your answer is correct. And so for this question, and what happens would be, you think about it, that you always know that there are something that is fixed, which is the sum of exterior angles of a polygon is what? Is 360 degrees. So then each one, for a regular one, is what? Would be 360 divided by n, right? And so for that, then you can check. So the probably it would be so 60 is not 90 is not the perfect square. So you have to check slightly bigger. So it would be 10 square, 11 square, 12 square, 13 square. Then corresponding exterior one, that would be 80. And so that is not a factor of 360. That is also not good. That is 59, but this is 38. This is 36. So this is good. So this is good. And also the answer is just 360 degree divided by each exterior angle 36 degree. So the answer is 10, right? So it is a 10 sides. So there are 10 sides here. Okay, so now we are 1 to 2. Now next, problem 4. $45, the answer is wrong, and 85, the answer is wrong as well. So now 45 has 45 seconds of priority time. Okay, so 45, the answer is wrong. So now 85 has 45 seconds priority time. Okay, so 85, your answer is wrong, and now 45 has 45 seconds priority time. $45, your answer is wrong, and now 85, you have 45 seconds priority time. And for the private submission to me, yes, unfortunately, most of the answers are wrong. Okay, so 85, your answer is now finally correct, and you win the game. And the correct answer is okay. So the correct answer is the greatest common divisor of 45 and 85, which is 5. And for that one, and pretty much, I think you just do the case work, right? Of course, the first one must be this, and then the last one must be this. But then what we have to think is that these could be two cases, there could be two cases, and then there could be change a little bit. So, and so I think if 45 you get 6 is because you overcounted one thing, although it's that root might be very symmetric. Okay. So now, given that we already determined the winner, so the next question will open to everyone. And yes, Kevin and 59 get the correct answers. And so what is the so what is the correct answer to these would be, and we can do a factorization. So this is 2 to the power of m, then times 2 plus 1. And then that equals 3 to the power of n, then 3 squared minus 1. Now what do we have? 2 to the power of m times 3. That equals 3 to the power of n times 8. And 8 is 2 to the power of 3, right? So then we get m equals 3 and n equals 1, right? And then we can easily to get the answer, and that is 69, right? Okay. All right, so now we find only this. Now next round, so 59 and 76. Can you see hello to us? So I see 59, 976. Are you there? Okay, so 76 is here as well. And next, problem 1. Okay, so 59 get the correct answer, and is 76. You know, this should be a 7-digit number, and you type a 6-digit number. And so the largest number, of course, would be 9643210, right? And for 120, it is what? It is 3 times 4 times 10, right? So 10 is definitely fine because the last digit is 10, 0. And 3 times 4, but is this divisible by 3? We don't need to worry because 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 6. So that is 18 plus 6. That's already 24. That is definitely divisible by 3, right? No matter how you arrange them. So the only thing would be 4. So we have to make it divisible by 4. Then what you do is you just change a little bit. So you just swap the 1 to 2, then that would work. And so this would be the answer. Okay, so 1 finished. Okay, so now, and okay, so 59 to 76 is 1 to 0. And next, problem 2. And 59, I think your answer is not correct. And 76, then you have 45 seconds, but 76, your answer is also not correct. So 59, now you have 45 seconds. So now time is up, and now 59 and 76 are in the symmetric position. Okay, so 59, your answer is not correct. And 76, you have 45 seconds. Now everyone is in the symmetric position, so I'm going to put on another 45 seconds timer. If both of you didn't get the correct answer, we are going to pass. 59, your answer is not correct. Okay, so this question, no one get points, but we do have many correct answers. And actually, the first correct answer I see on the chat is from the Zoom, and Registro get the correct answer. And in addition to that, and the correct answer came from 94, from 16, from 17, from 71 as well. And yes, and for these questions, the idea is we want to form a 2-digit number and a 3-digit number. Yes. The difficult part lies in the 2 digits. They are not the same. But of course, the first one thing for sure is would be, so to make life easier, what would be the case? You put a 0. And then it will be easier, right? You have 5, you have 4, you have 3, you have 2, you have 1, you have 0, and their sum is the same, right? It's 951. And you want the sum of two numbers are the same, so the two numbers have to be as close as possible. So that will be 520 and 431. And now you can get rid of 0, and you do 52 times 431, and then you get the result 22412, right? So this is actually from a primary school math competition in China. Finished, right? Okay, so now let's move on to problem 3. So one thing you could think is whether it's before 210 or after 210, which means whether this angle should be formed before the minute hand past the hour hand or after. $76, your answer is not correct, although it's close. Okay, so now 59 and 1976 are in the same position. And 76, I think. All right, so I think 76 answers is probably correct. So let's see it together. And the thing is now suppose definitely be when it is 2 o'clock, right? When it's 2 o'clock, then this is 0, 1, 2. This is only 60 degree, right? So definitely it means that we have to do this would be less than 93 degrees. So we have to do that. And now then what we have to see is we see what happens, you know, how they can make up the 93 degrees. So 93 then plus 60. So then that means it needs to catch up 153 degree, right? In order to catch up 153 degree, and every minute, so every minute, and what happens? So every minute, the minute hand goes to how many minutes? The minute hand goes to 1 tick, goes to 6 degree, right? While the hour hand goes to, because the hour hand goes to 1 full tick, which is 30 degree. So every minute it goes to half degree, so 0.5 degree. So the difference is 5.5 degree, right? So then time needed would be 153 divided by 5.5 degree. And so this will be 153 11 over 2. So it will be 306 divided by 11. And the result is 27 plus, and so this will be 297 plus 7 over 11, right? So in that way, that it will be 287 plus 297 plus 9. Yes. So then 76 get it right. So now after 3 questions, we are 1 to 1. Next. Next, and problem 4. I hope that is a really easy one. Okay, so 76 get it right. And so now it's 1 to 2. And so the reason, the quickest way to do that is, what is the smallest one? 1 plus 3 plus 5. That is 9, right? So what is the biggest one? 101 plus 103 plus 105. And also you'll notice that all the things are all numbers, right? So all the things are all numbers. So that then the question is essentially to ask between 9 and 309, how many odd numbers are there? So we can do this, but do not forget that we have to plus 1, right? Because you add is how many at 2, you have to add it, right? So the total number of the sum would be 151, right? So finished. Okay, so next is the key question for 59 and 76, and for me as well. If 59 wins, so I need to find another additional question. '76 and both 59 and 76 get the answer wrong. Okay, so 76 get it right, and the correct answer is 12, and together with 94 also get the answer. So first, we know the winner is 76, and now what we need to how to solve it. So solve it, and so here in this question, the thing that my suggestions is will be we use ratios. So how to use ratios? So 15 miles per hour, right? And then this would be the speed. And then what would be the time span? The time span, that would be 2 units. Why 2 units? Because the comparison would be 10 miles per hour. Then that would be 3 units. Now, what is the difference? The difference is 1 unit, which is 8 plus 8 is 16 minutes, right? So which means each unit is 16 minutes. So here is 32 minutes, right? So here it will be 48 minutes. But in the ideal case, what it is? So what it is, it will be 40, right? So what we do is we do what is the speed? So we do 15 times 32 divided by 40, and then what we get is we get 12, right? Finished. Okay, so now we finish this round, and now 52 and 14. Are you there? So I see 52 and it's 14 there. Okay, so yes. And thanks for waiting. And now let's do problem 1. '52, your answer is not correct. And 14, your answer is not correct. And 52, your answer is not correct. So this question came from Singapore, and it is a primary school competition in Singapore. Alex, your number is 14, your answer is not not correct, and 52, your answer is correct, and you get 1 point. And so how to tackle this question? So the thing we notice that 31 is 4 times 7 plus 3. Why is 31? So January has 31 days, right? So which means it's 4 full weeks plus 3 additional days, right? So 4 full weeks definitely will have 4 Tuesday, and then that will have 4 Saturday. So what does mean? This means the 3 additional days. In that 3 additional days, you can look at the first 3 days, or you can look at the last 3 days. So if I look at the last 3 days, then the 29th, 30th, 31st, right? These 3 days cannot be Tuesday, right? So these 3 days cannot be Tuesday. Any of the day cannot be Tuesday. Any of the day cannot be Saturday. But there are 3 consecutive days. So what could be the case, right? The only possible case would be starting from the Wednesday. They have 5 Wednesdays. And then Thursday, they have 5 Thursdays. And then Friday, they have some 5 Fridays. And then that makes things work, right? So the answer to this question would be just, for Thursdays, it's just a Thursday, right? All right, so now that's first question, and now let's move on to the next. $52, you answer, and so 14, you answer 14 and 15, you type the answer about the same time. But what did the thing that I received first is from 14, and so 14 wins, and so this question is also very simple. So 2 liters, and you just do 2 times 40, so that would be 0.8, and then 3 times X%, we don't know yet, but then altogether combined would be 5 liters times 28. So that would be 1.4. And so this has to be 0.6, and the X has to be 20% finished, right? Okay, so now next. Problem 3. Fourteen, your answer is correct. And the correct answer to this question is 3. And for that one, we can use the divisibility rule. 33 is 3 times 11. So what the rule for 3? And that means x plus 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 5 plus y. That has to be divided by 3. So 2 plus 1 is a multiple of 3, and 5 is 2. So this means x plus y has remainder 1 when divided by 3. And then what about 11? 11 would be odd digits versus the even digits. So it would be this and that. So it would be x plus 0 plus 5 minus 2 plus 1 plus y. That is divisible by 11. So this can be simplified into x minus 2 minus y. Y, that is divisible by 11. So what would be the situation? What could be the situation? One thing would be just x equals y plus 2. And the next situation is x equals 0, y equals 9, right? So that gives one solution. And what's next? This gives one solution. This does not give one. The x is y equals plus 2. So what we have is then 2y plus 2 has remainder 1 when you divide it by 3. So you know that y has to be 1. So what you can get is y is 1, then x is 4, or x is 3, y is 4, x is 5, y is 7, x is 9. So for here, this does not work because x plus y is divisible by 3. So this is not right. And so how many answers are there? Altogether, there are 3 solutions. So that's it. All right, so now let's move on to problem 4. Uh, 52, the answer is not correct. And also 17, 60, 70, 16, and 71, please double check. And so it is weeks after week. It is weeks after week. Yes, he can run on weekends. But the thing is, and you cannot run on 2 consecutive days. Okay, so now, so 14 and 50 really strong. They type the same correct answer about the same time, but this time, and I still received the correct answer from 14 slightly earlier. So 14 wins. And but 14 make a suggestion. They really want to do the next question privately. Yes, we can do that. And so for this question, the idea is, and so non-consecutive days, you can just enumerate, right? So this is one from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday. So this would be this one. And then for that, what we can do, you can do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Remember that we cannot do this. This is not possible because Sunday is next to Monday. So here we have 4 choices. And also what's next? If we have the first day is on Tuesday, then the second day could be on this 3 day. Then the next is 3, and then next is 2, and then next is 1. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 4. Altogether, the answer is 14, right? This question. Okay, so now and now let's still just make the problem 5 just a computation between 52 and 14. So problem 5. And 52, your answer is not correct. Okay, 14, your answer is correct. And so the idea for this question is what we should check if we can do it one by one. So maybe I will show you an example, which is we just think the case where you have four circle, right? And then you have the second circle, and then you have the third circle, right? And then the thing is how many. So each time you think about when you add up an additional circle, you can add up, you can create intersection point with all the previous circles. So you have these kind of like together with the fixed point, you create kind of like an additional 3 arcs, like in the third circle. You create 3 additional arcs. That means you create additional 3 regions, right? So which means for this question, the correct formula would be 1 circle, it would be 2 regions already, 1 inside, 1 outside, and then for the second circle, you plus 2 plus 3 plus plus 12. And then this would be 79. So actually, so if you have later on when you really learned about the so-called projective geometry, you will see that this question is essentially the same as the other related question is if you draw a line, how many segments you could get, because actually from the geometric transformation you can send these to infinity, and that would be the case for the original typical question. Okay, so yes, and exactly as 16 said in the chat, inversion about K, right? Okay, so now we finish this round, and 15 is the winner, and next, and we are going to the next round, and 16 and 38, are you there? And so far, we still have 16 people on Zoom and 16 people on live stream. And yes, and we do have now, we also have 16 now and 16 and 38. So now let's do problem 1. Okay, so 38 get the correct answer, so 38 get 1 point. And so when the digits increase 20%, when its digits reverse, so it has to be that the units digit has to be slightly high, the units digits have to be slightly higher than the tens digits, right? So it's actually 45. Then it becomes 54, and so the add up part is 9 over 45, that is exactly 20%. So for these, this is what we call the number sense. You really have something that hopefully directly came into mind without any kind of calculation. Okay, so next. Problem 2. $38, your answer is correct. And for this question, yes, it haven't been the figure, yes, as a 14 and 16, you'll get the correct answer as well, slightly later. Yeah, the idea is this, yes, you can just imagine, right? So you imagine what you have is, okay. So you imagine you have a regular octagon, and then you draw two, this is like a stop sign. And so you cut off this, and then you cut off this. Right? And then there's the fourth thing left. So first, the key thing that you should notice would be they all what? They all isosceles right triangle, right? If they are isosceles right triangle, then whatever the number you get is easy to calculate, right? The hypotenuse is 2, then definitely this means this is 1. So the area is half times 1 times 2 is 1 square centimeters, and each way is 1, so 1 times 4. So 4 is the correct answer. Finished. Now let's move on to problem 3. Okay, so 16 gets the correct answer, and the correct answer is 36. And so the way to do it, the greatest common divisor of, right, so the greatest common divisor is x, and 168, this is 12 times 14 is 12, which means x can only have 2 to the power square 2, right? Can only have 3, there's no 7 for sure. And this is capped kind of, right? It cannot be further. And then about next, GCDX is 270, and 270 is 18 times 15, right? And then that is 18, so that means x must have 18, so must have 2 times 3 square, but 3 square is kept, and also there's no 5. And so then that's it. Then what is x? So x is just 2 square times 3 square, so it's 6 square. So that is 36. Finished. All right, so now it's 1 to 2, and let's move on to problem 4. $16, your answer is wrong. So now 38 has 45 seconds of priority time. $38, your answer is correct. And the correct answer to this question is 31. So now 38 wins. And so what is the way to tackle it would be, so the labeling method. So how many ways to reach 2? How many ways to from A to P? So here we know there are 2 ways. So similar here, 2, 2, but here we have 3 ways, right? And then 2, 2, 2. Next, we can use the labeling method again. So this will be 4, 4, 7, 4, 4. And then this becomes 8, 4 plus 4 plus 4. And then this is 4 plus 7 plus 4. So that is 15. And so final answer is 8 plus 15 plus 8. So that is 31. Finished. Okay, so now let's move on to problem 5, and it's open to everyone. Okay, so 76, your answer is 70, and 76, your answers are correct. And this is what is the idea would be again. So here we need to think about there could be what? There could be negative numbers, right? Negative numbers. And also you can see, right? 11 consecutive integer is 11. 11 over 11 is 11. So the middle number is 1, right? The middle number is 1. And then besides 1, so there will be 0. And then here we can go up to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then here we go to negative 9, negative 2, negative 3, negative 4. That's it. Right, so first we calculate this 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square plus 4 square, 3 square plus 4 square is 5 square is 25, 25 plus 1 square plus 2 square, 25 plus 5, which is 30. So 30 doubled, right? This 30 plus this 30 doubled plus 5 square plus 6 square. And so finally the answer is 121. Finished. All right, so now we have already determined the top 4, which are 85, 76, 14, and 38, right? Okay, so next round, so what would be the next 2 people? So I lost control. So Kevin, okay. So Kevin said, so next round would be 85 versus 76. Okay, so now let's start our semifinal round. And the semifinal round, we will have 7 questions, so 4 points. Whoever gets 4 points wins. Okay, so now first, problem 1. Yes, it's x, y square. Sorry that we have to cancel this question because and 14 times is the answer to everyone, and so the correct answer would be, the correct answer to this question is yes, it's 5. So what we do is we have to do 2x minus 1. That is, so it's a arithmetic sequence, then plus 4x plus 1. It's double of the middle number, 2x plus 4, and now you solve a little bit. So 6x equals 2x plus 4, 4 8, so 4x is 8. So then you get x is 2. Then you get x is 2, then it will be 2, 6. So the common ratio, of course, will be 3, and then this will be 2, 3 squared. This will be times 3 again, so this will be 18. So 2 times 3 squared. So y is 3, and so 2 plus 3 is 5. And of course, and here also anyway, this question is not rigorously because we have to assume that y is greater than 0 anyway. And the question has some issues, but okay. So now let's refresh this start. So now it's first question for the computation between 85 and 76. And problem 2. $76, your answer is not correct. $85, your answer is correct. Okay, so now 85, you get 1 point. And so for these, of course, the thing it would be suppose Anna gets the most. So if Anna gets n, then probably next will be n minus 1, and so on, so up to n minus 9. So then what we can try is we can try to see how the situation goes. So if we do 90, then what will happen? So it's 20, if we go 20, so 19, this would be up to 12, right? So what is the sum of these? The sum of these would be 32 times 9 divided by 2, so that is 144. So I can still add up a little bit. Add up what? 180 difference between 180 between 144 is exactly so it's 10, sorry, it's 10 people. So this will be n minus 9, so this will be 11. So we also have 11 now. So it should be 31 times 5. So 31 times 5. So this is 165. So there's still about 35 there. So what we can do is we can definitely add up 3, but we cannot add up 4. Right? So we can add up 3, then we can have 23, then 22 up to 12 and 14, and so that means how many? And so this is 100. Oh, sorry. I'm totally wrong. So this is sorry, I made so many mistakes. So this is 155, and the difference is 25. So if I add up 2, then what we can get is we can get this. We can add up 2, then we get 22, 21, up to 14, 13, and this means this sum is 179, but that's still not good enough, right? So we have to add up 1, so then this will be 23. So that is problem 2. Okay, so next. Question 3. So yes, we have now 15 people in Zoom and 18 people in YouTube. So altogether we have 33 people still. Uh, 76, your answer is not correct. And 85, your answer is correct. So now you get 2 points. And the correct answer is, so first you have to change it into 5 and 4, right? But because 98760 there, so when you change into 44, you must have to carry over. Then you could get you some 0, 1 or something, right? And then the thing is, but after you carry over, this becomes, if you only carry over somehow, this becomes 8. So that is not possible. So you have to make this become kind of like a 0, right? And then these become 0, then that 6 can become 7, and then that become 1, 2. So this would be the ideal case. Then 7, 0, 1, 2, 6, 7, 5, 4, And then the answer would be 8, 5, 258. So that is problem 3. And next. Problem 4. Uh, 76, your answer is correct. So now it's 2-1. And so for this, what we can do is we can do the factorization, right? So factorization, and you see that these, and also it's 1 to 7, right? So you can use some certain kind of like this has a 7, this has 7, so we know that these 7 must be here, right? What about 5? This has 5, this has 5, this has 5, so 5 must be here, and then here is 3, and so 7 it will be 1, 4, and so what we can do, so here has to be 6. So 6 maybe it's 2 and 3 or 1 6, right? And what else we can? Oh, this has to be 1 4, and so it's 1 4. Then this would be is 1. This is 4. This is 6. This is 2. This is 9. And this is 8, right? Okay, then we finished, right? And now what we have is 2 plus 7 plus 8. So that is 17, right? Finished. All right, so now it's 2-1. Now let's move on to problem 5. So the answer definitely cannot be greater than 27. Altogether, there are 27 balls. Okay, so 76, your answer is correct. So now we have 2, 2, 2. And so the idea is, because we want 3 blue balls in a line, so how to break them to the worst case, right? So what would be the worst case scenario, right? So the worst case scenario, the worst case would be what? Would be we have 2 blue balls, and then we have a red ball, right? And then we have 2 blue balls, and then we have a red ball, and so on, right? So altogether, this is, you can counter 3, 3, 3. So up to final 3, then that will be blue balls and green balls, right? And so this is already 3 times 7, so this is 21. And then you can have another 2 blue balls, but now you used up all the non-blue balls. So in this worst case, you have 21 plus 2, which is 23, which means then correct answer would be 23 plus 1, which is 24, right? Okay, so now 5 questions passed. We have 2 to 2. And now next. Problem 6. So 76, your answer is wrong. Yes, you still have 76, you still have 20 more seconds before 85 has priority. Okay, so 76 still wins, and so the correct answer is 9 over 2 pi O 4.5 pi. And from this question, I want to talk to you about one thing, and which is also kind of like a special trick, and that special trick is called the special value method. But it is not a simple special value method like you try the x, y by the concrete value. So here, this is geometry problems. So what we should do is we should do a nice design, which is a nice situation that is easy for us to calculate. Of course, rigorously, you can prove, or the problem designer guarantees that the shaded region does not affected by where is PQ, right? But then if you have this, then the situation becomes much easier, right? So the big disk has radius 3. So the big disk has radius 3. The small disk has radius 3 over 2. So the region would be pi times 3 squared minus 2 times pi times 3 over 2 squared. And then you could get it is 2 over 9 pi, right? Okay, so finish, right? So that is why, yes, the area of this is actually constant, or the area of the shaded region is only related with PQ. But of course, so in different situations, the different diameter, the diameter would be the radius of the big circle and the street circle would be different. But that is a special value method. If you have the special value, that is especially useful when in the math counts, right? Okay, so now it's the next question, which is important to both 85, 76 as well as myself. Problem 7. $76, your answer is wrong. So 85, now you have 45 seconds priority time. And 45 and 85, your answer is wrong. And now, and 76, you have 45 seconds priority time. So 76, your answer is wrong. And now 85, you have 45 seconds priority time. So 85, your answer is wrong. And now 76, you have 45 seconds priority time. Okay, so 76, your answer is correct. And now you'll save my life in a sense, and we don't need to create additional question, but okay, so this question, and also from this question, I learned a word, which is, I learned something. What I learned is I learned this, right? So how to describe this question? So in my mind, what appear is that. And so someone teach me and this is called, so what the English word is called the derangement, which
错位
means
排列，
which means what? Which means and or this disfiguration or whatever. Okay, so tell me what does it mean? Which one is the correct one, so that I really learn something from today. And so for the question itself, and what you can, this is equivalent to the situation like if you want to put A, B, C, D in a position, and the first letter cannot be A, the second letter cannot be B, the third letter cannot be C, the fourth letter cannot be D, and you list out all of them. And so then the answer, the final answer would be 9, right? So for me, even in my current age, right, I still can remember if I get a question to 错位排列, right? And then for the 3 cases, it will be 9. For the 3 cases, it will be 2. For the 4 cases, for the case 4, it will be 9. For the case 5, and I think it will be 44, right? If I remember correct. Okay, so now we finish this round, and sorry that we already have a delay of 1 hour, and but I think we have to measure based on IMO time, right? 4.5 hours. And so we still have 3 rounds, and let's try to finish each round in 10 minutes. And so 14 and 38, are you ready? 14 and 38, and okay. So now problem 1. Related to fractions. And 70, 76, and 14, the answers are all wrong. And so 38 has 45 seconds priority time. So 38, your answer is not correct. And so 14 now have 45 seconds priority time. Okay, so 14, your answer is correct. And now you get 1 point, and the correct answer to this question is 15. So why is 15? So actually it's not so difficult. What you can start with a big number. This big number will be 0.5 something. So which means the second number has to be less than 0.4, which can be what? Which can be 1/3, 1/4, up to 1/9, right? And so this is how many? So here we have 7. And then the next we try 1/3, it's 0.333 something, right? So the second number has to be less than 0.23 something. And so that's why you remember that my feeling is when you do addition and subtraction, decimals are better than fractions. But when you do multiplication and division, fractions might be better. And so this 1/4 is not correct, but 1/5 to 1/9 is all correct. So here we have 5. And then next we do 1/4, and then see this has to be 0.25. So 0.25, then this has to be less than 0.15. So it's actually to be 1/7 is 1/9. So that's it. Because then the next one would be 1/5, so 0.2, then this has to be less than 0.1. That is impossible. So the final answer is 7 + 5 + 3, and that is 15. And so that is the first question. Now let's move on to the next. So that's a probability question. So 38, your answer is correct. So now we are 1-1. And for this, of course, the thing what we just need to do is we just need to do enumeration, right? So this type of typical enumeration that's appear in kind of like I think AMC C8 also many times, right? So you roll 2 dice, 3 twice, so altogether there will be 30. There will be how many cases? 36 cases. But among these 36 cases, 6 cases, given that we want to form what? We want to form a prime number, so they cannot be both of the digits cannot be both even numbers. So all these has to be crossed out, right? And so we have to select among the other things, right? So along the diagonal, definitely the only possible the only good thing would be 11, right? So this 33 is not good, and this 55 is not good. And then for this question, the special thing is this has to be symmetric, right? And of course, in this case, 13 and 30 and 31 are both prime numbers, but because we can form, we can change the order, right? So like here, of course, it's not work because it's all divisible by 3, but here is it works, right? It's not 35 because it can be 53, right? So that's why, so you mean we have this as well. So that is that, right? Okay, so now then, sorry, when I cross out something wrong because I should cross out only the thing with both of the even numbers. So besides that, so what we can list here, so maybe we can list here, we have 11, so that will only times 1. We have 13, that times 2, and that we have 53, that also times 2. Besides that, we also could have some prime number ends in 1, which is 41 and 61, so that's also times 2. And so ends in 3, so it's 13, and so that's times 2 again. And as well as 50, sorry, no, 23 and 43, right? So this multiple again. So altogether we have 13 over 36. That is the case. So that is problem 2. All right. And next, problem 3. Okay, so now I see both 38 and 14 get the correct answer, but 38 came slightly earlier than 14. So 38 get the point. And so now it's 1-2. And so for this question, the thing is we use the so-called the Veta theorem, right? So in this case, because we copied the constant term incorrectly, but the linear term is strict correctly. So this x1 plus x2. So their sum is 5. And while in the second case, their product is still the same. So it will be -6. And then you can form the equation, which is x squared minus 5x minus 6 equals 0. So it's we add max x minus 6 times x plus 1 equals 0. So x can be 6 or -1. Okay, so now finished. Next, problem 4. Your answer is wrong, and now 38 has 45 priority seconds. 38, your answer is correct. Now you have 3 points. And so the reason to the way to solve it is, and it's about what is again, what is the so-called the grade method. What does mean the grade method? And you know you can do this, then what it is, then the area of the triangle is kind of like double of p, right? So from this we know the area of the triangle is, so the area of the triangle is what is double of p, 2 times 45. So that is 90, because these two can form a same square. These two little pieces of triangle can form a square which has the same size as p. Then how about r? For r, what we can do is we can do that, right? So you can see that then what we have is then if I assume r is 4 units, right? Again, I'm doing the grade method, right? So these, how many methods are there? So this will be 9, right? So then what you do is you do 90 divided by 9, then times 4. So the answer is 40. Right, finished. All right, so now next. Question 5. Uh, 14, your answer is not correct. And so now 38, you have 45 seconds priority time. Okay, so 38, your answer is correct. Why connection? Let me share again. So 38, your answer is correct, and now you get 4 points. So you do win this round. So yes, as some of you commented that the key thing is we need to be careful about that the first factor is what? The first factor of anything is 1, right? Why does not share? Let me try once more. What? Does mean that Zoom wants to have a rest? It's quite strange. Okay, now finally have it. Okay, so now what is the way to do it is because you know this is the two smallest, so one must be 1, then the other must be 5. So this number must be divisible by 5, and not only divisible by 5, the last two digits has to be m over 5 and n, right? Because that is the situation. And so what we do is, so the ratio of them is 1 to 5. So what we do is you use 1, 1, 2, 2 divided by 6, you get 1, you get 6, 52, 48, 42, 7. So then 187 times 5, 935 would be the correct answer. All right, so that's problem 5. And given that, I think we delayed too much. So I'm going to skip the two questions and we directly go to the next round. So which means it would be to determine the third place between 85 and 14. So 14 and 85, are you there? So 85 is there, 14, are you there? 14, where are you? Where are you? Then finally, we are going to do between the final between 76 and 38. So 14, are you there? Oh, they already left. Okay, so 14 has left, then that means, and so 85 becomes number 3. And now we go to the final round, and so 76 and 38, and the good thing is the thing is you cannot have a rest, especially for 38. So we have to start now. Okay, so again, we have 7 questions. And now can I double check once more that 76 and 38 are both ready? Yes, I do notice a interesting fact that 38 is half of 76, but let's see whether smaller number is better or larger number is better. Okay, so question 1. So right now we still have 10 people in Zoom and 13 people on YouTube. And okay, so 36, 38 and 76, somebody's the answer about the same time. And fortunately for me, it's different answers. And also fortunately that one answer is correct. And that is from 76. So 76 has a point to start with. And I think the way to do it is we just need to see, right? So we have to do the prime factorization, right? So it's 1 is, I'll just briefly mention it, right? So 1 is 1, then 2 is 2, and 3 is 3, and then 4 is 2 square. And so maybe you can arrange them nicely. And then 5 cannot appear, right? Because there's only 1 5, and also 6 cannot be, 6 can appear, but 7 cannot appear. And also 8 is 2 to the power of 3, and 9 is 3 square, and then you can kind of like form, right? So whether you have 2 3s or 4 3s and then so on, then you can form, and 2, because we have to select the 6 different, right? Which means we can only drop out 1, right? So how we drop out 1, then we already drop out 2, and how we drop out 1 would be, now let's see, can we just drop out drop out 1? No, we can drop out 2, right? Then if we drop out 2, then we have 2 square times 2 to the 4th times 3 square times 3 square. So that would be 8 times 9, which is 72. So if we drop out 2, and the next thing that what we can drop out is we can drop out 8 actually, because you have to drop out up 2 to an odd power, and then that means one less. So 72 plus 36, the answer is 108. Okay, so problem 1 finishes. Now let's move on to problem 2. Oh, sorry. I see the answer so fast. And the correct answer came from 38. And 45 is the correct answer. And if you read the question, it means the first what happens, the situation what happens is, so there will be 550 meters, and there's the starting point. And of course, the rapid goes very fast. And when they meet, the rapid goes already 500 meters. And so that will be 50 meters for the hedgehog, and so that is the case. And so now next, what they have to do, they have to turn around. So 50 divided by 10, so that it needs 5 seconds for the rabbit to achieve back to the original destination. Well, for the hedgehog, it still takes another 50 seconds. So 50 minus 5 is 45 seconds. And for this, I don't have too much kind of like suggestions. That essentially just means when you have the word problems, you have to understand it correctly. So now it's 1-to-1. Next. So Jeremy, 38, your answer is wrong. And 76, your answer is wrong. And so both of you have the same now in the symmetric position. So 38, your answer is correct. So now it is 1-to-2. And so the idea is because wearing hat, so stay thinking about the truth. So what the things that cannot happen would be if you have hat, and hat, 3 hat together, and then the middle one just cannot claim, because he claimed the truth, but he cannot claim that at least one of my neighbors is not wearing hat. So what the good situation would be hat, and then someone is not wearing hat, right? Then that can make things work. Okay. All right, so that's problem 3. And now next, problem 4. Okay, so 76, your answer is correct. So now it's 2-to-2. It's really a very tough computation. And so for these, of course, there are 3 dimensions. And what the best way is you can whatever assume that maybe this is A, and then you can identify this is B, and maybe this is C, and then so that would be B, that would be C, that would be A. Then you can quickly form so you equation like, so then here it would probably be C. So A plus C is 10, A plus B is 12, B plus C is 16, and then you can get it, all right? And this is a typical symmetric systematic equation, and you can solve that. A equals 3, C equals 7, B equals 9, and then you multiply these three numbers together. 21 times 9 is 189. So we finish. So 2, 2, 2, and so next question, problem 5. Okay, so the first question, the correct answer came from 76. So now it's 3 to 2. And so how to solve this? So first, A and B has the situation is A and B has greatest common divisor 6, and the LCM is also 6, definitely a multiple of 6. So we can get these 6 out first, right? And then this becomes 2 squared times 3 to the cube and 5 to the fifth, which means if we consider the other two numbers, maybe I should if I consider the other two numbers, which is A prime, which is A over 6, B prime, which is B over 6, then of course these two numbers are still positive integers. The A prime, B prime have common divisor 1, and the GC and the LCM. And then what is LCM? What is LCM? A prime, B prime is, then just means get rid of this 6. So it's 2 squared times 3 to the cube times 5 to the 5th. Because they have the common denominator divisor is 1. So either you have allocated 2 to the power of 2 to either A or B. And for the 3 is also either A or B. So for each kind of the power, so you have 2 ways to allocate to A or B, or 2 ways to give the value to A, either give it to A or not give it to A. So 2 times 2 times 2 times 8. So the answer is 8. Finished. All right, so now this is a key. Next question is a key question. So at most we have 2 questions to go. And so 12.6. Okay, so 76 gets the correct answer. So now we can claim the champion is 76. And the number 2 goes to 38, and number 3 goes to 85. And all right, so whatever it is, and so given that we already delayed too much, so let's make the timelines to be exactly like I am also. Let's quickly finish this question and the next. So also there's a typo, I think, for sure. This is R2 squared. So what do we mean is R1, R2, we have to do the factorization, R1 plus R2. So that is 17. Given we have that, and R1, we know that R1 plus R2, that is negative A, so it's the integer, right? And so also R1, because both are integers, so we know that R1 and R2 probably both have to be integers. Otherwise, it cannot be possible. So then the other possibility would be R1 minus R2 is 1, R1 plus R2 maybe is 17. And so what we can get with some signs. So in the end, it turns out that you can get one is negative 8, then the other is negative 9, because it has to be negative as A is positive, right? So then what we get is Px equals x plus 8 times x plus 9. So then Py is just 1 plus 8 times 1 plus 9. So that is 90. Okay. That's it. Okay. So now maybe let's finally finish the do one last question. And then we close at the 1/2 around the clock. Final question open to everyone. And so we have a colorful cube. colorful 8-sided die, and it is also would be a colorful ending. So. Okay, so yes, 78 is really strong. And you submit some answers which are quite close. But the thing is, but let me see. Okay, yes. And so who wins? Who could wins the whether the answer is greater than half or less than half? Because James is actually the first one that could win. So the answer should be greater than half. Yes. So 38, you are strong, but you calculate the other way around. And 71 and 70 all get the correct answer. So yes, so for this question, the final answer is 8/15. And that can be calculated by using some the sum of the geometric sequences. All right, so now I think the clock is about to take 30 minutes after the round the clock. And we are about to finish. So far we still have 9 people in the Zoom meeting and 12 people watching on the YouTube. Thanks everyone, and I'm really amazed by your performance. So good luck on UMass Cons National in about 1 month's time. Bye-bye.